Double K is a manufacturer of premium diving equipment in Korea, a vibrant and creative country. At Double K, we focus on constant research to develop innovative and comfortable products to enhance the experience of diving for our customers. We take pride in our cutting-edge and stylish designs, providing a sleek yet professional look whether you're in or out of the water. From wetsuits to fins, masks to equalization tools, Double K has all the freediving accessories you will need. Fall in love with your diving with Double K.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third day of the 28th AIDA World Championship here in Burgas, Bulgaria. My name is Brandon Reed. I am a freediving instructor, a breath training coach, and today we are competing in static. Ooh. Brian's channel, that is good to know. I will let somebody know that the description says today is DNF. Today is not DNF, today is static. For those who do not know, the static discipline is pretty straightforward. It is literally laying face down in a pool, holding your breath for as long as possible, as much oxygen as possible, by not breathing. Okay, I have let the appropriate people know to change the description for today. This discipline is probably my favorite discipline, and I would imagine that most people would disagree with me. This is a discipline that many athletes actually do not enjoy very much, partially because the mental strength required to do it is intense. In any sort of dynamic discipline, you can at least take your mind off of contractions or the urge to breathe by focusing on the movements of the legs, for example, or working on your technique, or getting to the wall. Whereas in static, all you are doing is laying there. And the more you move, the more energy you consume and the more oxygen you consume, which actually means you have a shorter breath hold time. So mentally, you need to be getting some feedback in here. Mentally, you need to be very, very strong to do static, or have a lot of mental techniques and tools at your disposal to actually get from a point of not enjoying static to finding it absolutely blissful. Both the video is live. We are getting ready to begin now, and so there is not much to see at the moment. What we can do is see some of our divers on the left-hand side of the screen, warming up, taking their final preparations. We have the pool split on two sides, so we have Agnieszka Kalska of Poland in lane A on the right-hand side, Janita Kulkula, of Finland in the middle, and we have Kazuaki Yonzenawa of Japan on the left side lane. And then we can switch over to the other side.
1 minute.
Where we have, let's see, so on the left-hand lane we have Linus Karnmaker of Sweden. Who finds that static is the most relaxing discipline for him. And then in the middle we have Valdemar Karlsson of Sweden. And on the right-hand side, we have Adam Kozerska, of the UK.
20.
You can see in the yellow shirts
10.
On the pool side are our main judges. We have the assistant judges in the white shirts.
2, 1. Official talk. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And then in the green shirts we have the assistants to the judges, which are different from judge assistants. Okay, here we go. This is the discipline. Laying face down in the water, perfectly relaxed, perfectly still, and just holding your breath for as long as you can. Please do feel free to spam your support in the chat. Yes, Valdemar, I believe, begins packing at about 30 to 45 seconds prior to the official top, and then continues packing for about 10 seconds after official top. Packing is a technique used by many advanced freedivers to add more oxygen and more air into their lungs. In a discipline like static, where you are trying to hold for as long as possible, obviously more air in your lungs is theoretically better. Now, what can happen though is that the more you pack, the more tight and tense the muscles around your ribs can become. And as such, that can actually reduce the relaxation that you feel, and therefore can actually make it so that you are not as comfortable, which means you are using more oxygen. So it's a fine balance to try and figure out what works best for you as an athlete. And that's why it's always important to be trying new things, never right before a competition, but during your training, trying new things, adding new tools, seeing what works for you and what doesn't. Hyo-seung Lee, the link to all of the official tops and start times and results are posted on the AIDA website. If you go there and you click on the logo for this competition and then scroll down to the bottom, you will see a bunch of different clickable days, and each day corresponds to results. So you can take a look there for those. I believe there's supposed to be a stopwatch. Moving forward, I'll keep an eye on the time. We do have divers leaving at every, let's see, I believe it's every 15 minutes. Yes, so divers have been down for about 3.5 minutes now. Final results will be different, partially because each diver actually begins the dive when their airways submerge underwater. So the time does not start at official top. Okay, we see, let's see, I believe that is Kazuaki putting his feet down, so he's preparing to come up soon. We can see that he's experiencing contractions. Contractions come from a buildup of CO2 in the lungs, and contractions are the body's response to try and exhale that CO2, and so we will see the divers' intercostals and the muscles around their ribs contract, which can make their stomach poke out a little bit. It can make it look like their back is tensing. And across the day we will see a large number of contractions, so we'll be able to point them out and discuss them further soon. Okay, giving an okay sign, saying I'm okay. Okay, Yanita is up. It's a little bit past 5 minutes. John, I have no idea what Valdemar's vital capacity is. That's a good question to ask. Okay, I believe there we're looking at Linus. Current world records for static are as follows. 9:02 for women, set by Natalia Molchanova of Russia. And for men, 11:35, Stefan Mifsud of France. Big, big, big numbers there. Okay, some divers still going. We're past 6 minutes now. We see some very strong contractions there coming from Agnieszka. Adam is up. Agnieszka also up. Valdemar is still down past 7 minutes. Yes, Kohei, you can actually black out from doing too much packing. That happens because as you add more air into your lungs, what is happening is they are expanding within your thoracic cavity. That then, that pressure and that extra filling of space has to go somewhere, and so you can actually constrict the blood flow that goes from your heart up to your brain. And so a packing blackout is literally that. You pack so much air in that you squeeze, I believe that's the aorta, that sends blood up to your brain, and your brain does not have enough oxygen, and so it enters shutdown mode, and then you black out. Okay, Valdemar's still going. We are past 8 minutes. He's giving okay signs. His coach supporting him. You can see safety watching. Okay. We've just reached 9 minutes from official top. We'll see. Ooh, looking nice and fresh. You can see an amazing contraption around his head, which helps him keep his head nice and floaty. I would also be willing to guess that he wears the noodles around his head because... Woo! Okay, very nice. Let's see, so... Let's see, the current national record for Sweden is set at 9:39 by Rami, who we will see later today. But that is a pretty big breath hold. We'll hopefully see the results coming up here soon. I would guess that he wears the floaty thing around his head to make sure that his neck doesn't roll down. Something that I've noticed in my own static training is if you are very sinky, like your legs are sinking, excuse me, that can sort of add extra pressure on your stomach and your lungs. it can actually add more pressure onto your lungs because you're curling inward. And so for me personally, I wear very floaty wetsuit bottoms to keep my legs floating above the surface. Additionally, there's quite a lot of space in the neck and the oral cavity. The oral cavity starts in the mouth and goes all the way down to your vocal folds. You can get quite a lot of air in there as well. And so it'd be interesting to ask Valdemar if he fills that area with more air as well. Okay. As a reminder, the results are being posted on the website. I will quickly post a link for you guys in YouTube, so you can take a look at the results as they come up. But as we currently stand right now, okay, so we are seeing some results on the screen. Hopefully we'll get some resizing of those numbers as well. For Valdemar, he had a time of 8 minutes and 58 seconds, which is a big, big, beefy breath hold. One of the things that you will also notice on the list on the website is the AP. That stands for Announced Performance. And then next to it you have RP, which is the Realized Performance.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
AP is what the divers have announced or announced last night. Divers have to announce what they're going to do the night before. And that is sort of their primarily what the judges use to organize people into their heats. So we see some people have announced 1 second. Those people want to go earlier in the day.
1 minute.
Then as you get later on in the day, the numbers go up towards closer to what people are actually doing in their breath hold. I mean, Valdemar announced 1 second but did 8:58. You get no penalty for going over your announced performance, but you do receive a penalty for going under your announced performance. So if I announced 5 minutes and then I only did 4, I would receive a penalty, which goes towards my overall point score, and that's how we decide placement in the competition.
Official top plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so in this next group we have Thomas Johnson of Sweden in lane A, Evelina Navashinskatie of Lithuania, lane B, who's the current national record holder for Lithuania at 5:49. We have Jared Briffa of Australia in lane C. We have Georgina Miller in lane D. There we go, we see lanes A through C now. There we go, yep. So in lane, the closest to us, we have Bartosz Plonka of Poland, Next one up, we have Megumi Suzuki of Japan. And finally in the far lane, we have Georgina Miller of the UK. Georgina is a 6-time national record holder for Great Britain in static, although currently the record for Great Britain is held by Alice Hickson at 6 minutes and 58 seconds. Athletes are allowed to have a coach in the water with them. This coach tells the diver where they are at in terms of the breath hold. They can touch the diver, they can remind them to relax. So here we see Amber Burke, Jared's teammate, and also national record holder, supporting him, letting him know what the time is. If an athlete does not have a coach with them, it is the safety's responsibility to request safety checks from the athlete. They will do that by tapping the athlete or by verbally asking to lift a finger on one side. Offhand, I don't remember the rules of for safeties with for athletes who do not have a coach, what the intervals are for those check-ins, but the rules do state that there is a certain interval that a safety diver must check in. And so it behooves the athlete to have a coach with them so they know, so they can actually sort of personalize what they want out of their support in the water. Radislav, I really enjoy this pool. It's a beautiful pool. The conditions inside are very nice. It's nice and warm. It smells like chlorine, but it's good. We're getting close to 4 minutes now. 4 minutes past official top, that is. There we see Aruna, one of our other athletes, who I believe will be competing in statics soon. A little bit later today. There we can see Megumi giving signs on her fingers. Okay. Megumi is up a little bit past 5 minutes from official top. Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me in YouTube land? Divers are coming up. Looking at Bartosz of Poland. Okay, you guys can hear me. Cool. Looks like my battery pack is about to die. So, might lose sound again, but I at least know now that the battery could be an issue. Okay, awesome. Divers are June, that is a good question. Let me get a new battery pack and then I will tell you guys my thoughts. Yeah. What happens in the body. There are many things, both physically, mentally, psychologically, that go into relaxation. Sometimes you may find that you can't quite relax your neck the way that you would want, or perhaps you cannot calm your mind enough. And so, ultimately, the most important part of training is actually building a toolbox of tactics and things that you can use to relax everything.
From Sweden. Lady. Yes, from Chinese Taipei. Lady. Binnan Ka from Korea.
Okay, results are coming in from the last heat. I will continue to answer the question momentarily, June. Let's see. So we have Thomas with a 645 white card. Evelina 547 with yes. Oh no, she missed a new national record by 2 seconds. Jared Briffa 607 white card. Georgina Miller 639 white card. With again, so close to the national record. Megumi Suzuki 5 minutes white card, and Bartosz 5:54. Unfortunately, red card due to surface protocol. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, so there are a variety of tools and techniques that are important for divers to have in their toolbox. And it's important to know how your body reacts to static, how your body reacts to a buildup of CO2, how it reacts to stressful situations. Having all of that information then ensures that you can use the right tools for the job and be flexible. Okay. Great. So the next heat, we have William Joy of China in lane A, the one on the right, and moving across. Sayaka Oi of Japan, lane B. Paula Johnson, of Sweden, lane C. And then on the other end, we have Jacek Polak of Poland on the on the left-hand side, Bina Gang of Korea in the middle, and then Chi Lin-ye of Chinese Taipei on the right-hand side. June, that's an interesting reflection that you have. They say that for some reason it's easier to relax during constant weight dives than for static. And in a lot of ways I think that actually makes sense because you have something else to focus on. You are able to sort of move your mind somewhere else. You are able to focus on movement within the body. You are able to move your mind around to different places and things that are happening. Now, you can do that as well with static. For example, I will do something called a body scan, where I scan starting at my toes for any tension and any tightness that I'm holding. And if I sense any, I relax it away. Then I move up my calves, up my thighs, all the way up my body until I've scanned my whole body and it's totally relaxed. And then that gets me to about 2 minutes in a breath hold.
1 minute.
But it's much harder for people to do that because it's purely mental. It can get easier once you start getting contractions because you can focus on something that is happening within your body again. The contractions are involuntary, so you don't have control over them, really. There are some things that you can do to control them, but after a certain point, they just go. And in that way, you can shift to counting them. You can shift to trying to control them and keep them smaller. So there are ways to do it, but I think one of the biggest things is that people don't practice static very much. Many divers don't like to practice static because personally, this is my own personal belief, the way we train static is very intense.
Official top, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, again. I think the way people have traditionally practiced static is very intense and is not in line with how we should be practicing. Again, this is my own personal opinion, so if you have other opinions, you are totally within your rights to do so. I believe that with statics, we should always be pushing our base. That is where we should be trying to improve our dive times, improve our holds, and only push into the max category towards the end of the cycle. Many people will train static by lots of max attempts, by pushing hard, and by pushing in ways that make them have uncomfortable training sessions, mentally, physically, and in a discipline specifically like static, where it's so freaking mental, if you have bad sessions, that will drastically reduce your desire to compete and to actually train static. Whereas if you are doing a session where you are enjoying yourself, you are still pushing, but you are within your comfort and you are enjoying yourself. And to be fair, you can enjoy yourself while having contractions. That is absolutely something that you can do. As long as you are experiencing that joy and that fun, you're doing okay. But if you are pushing to a point where you're like, this sucks, I'm miserable, I don't want to be doing this, why am I doing this? I personally believe that that is why so many people don't like static. Okay.
From time to time. Just an FYI.
Okay. Okay, great. We do have a stopwatch. Fantastic. Yes, June. I mean, that's exactly it. And personally, again, this is probably a very controversial opinion of mine, but I do not like O2 or CO2 tables as they are currently done, with the focus being on changing or on having total times that you're going for. Having a total time where you are going to 4 minutes, for example, you can either have a really good session where you get to 4 minutes and you're like, oh, well, that was amazing, I could have gone for 30 seconds longer. Or you go for 4 minutes and you're at 3 minutes and you're like, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever done. I don't want to do this anymore, but I have to. And you push and you push and you push, even though you're having a miserable time. Personally believe that those times take away from our ability to actually focus on the feeling that's going on inside of our body, which is really what we want to be training anyway. And so how I train is I go on set departure intervals, where every 4 minutes I'll start a new breath hold. And in that time, if I want to start breathing at 3 minutes, I have 1 minute to breathe and recover before the next one. If I am feeling really good and I want to hold for 3:45 and have 15 seconds of recovery, I can do that as well. But my main goal with all those sessions is to try and have a consistent time across my session. So across 10, 15, 20 breath holds, trying to keep it consistent across the board, while not paying overly too much attention to the number of minutes or seconds or contractions or anything like that. Okay, keep breathing, keep breathing. We have Chinlin up. Okay, looking good. Okay, very nice, looking good. Great. Okay. Let's see, I'm not quite sure who we're looking at here. That might be Paula. Paula is the current national record holder for Sweden, with a time, oh sorry, excuse me, no, it's Lotta Eriksson, 6:49. No, my apologies. That is Sayaka of Japan. Personal best of 6:15. Okay. We still have William Joy in the water. He is the current Chinese national record holder in all disciplines. At 8:54. Okay, there we go. That is Paula, so she is up as well. We're around 7:30, I believe, yes. Again, this is, the time on the screen is the official top, not the exact time that divers have done. Okay. Jessica is up. Past 8 minutes. You see here, William is moving his legs. One of the things that you will experience while you are doing static is what's called peripheral vasoconstriction. So what happens is the body, in an attempt to conserve oxygen, will move away from our extremities to our looking okay. Nice and strong. So we're almost at 9 minutes there, probably around 8:40. The body will move blood away from our extremities to our core, and that feels very uncomfortable. And so some divers will actually move their legs, move their arms to try and release some of that tension, because it can feel very tight. And while it is something that is uncomfortable, is also something that we don't really want to try and move around for. Simply because, again, as we've said, the more you move, the more oxygen your muscles use, which is less oxygen that you can save for your brain, which is the entire point of static. But again, it comes down to relaxation and what feels more comfortable for the athlete. Okay, beautiful dives. Let's see what our times are. We have William Joy at 8:37, white card, Sayaka Oi, white card 6:14, very nice. Paula Johnson, 6:33, white card. Chinlin Yi of Chinese Taipei, 5:11. Bina Yang, 5:03, white card, and Jacek Polak, 7:01, also white card. Bina setting a new competition best of 5:03 here. Her previous was 4:27. Paula also coming very close to setting a new personal best in competition.
Lane 4, group 4. Lane A, Valentin Luskanov from Bulgaria. Lane B, Marta Kolasinska from Poland. Lane C, Lee Kars from Sweden. Lane D, Yasuko Osaki from Japan. Lane E, William Sifu from United Kingdom. Lane F, Ibrahim Al-Salami from Oman.
Okay. Let's see. So we have this heat and then one more heat after that, and then we'll take a little break. But for now, Group 4, we have Valentin Lyutskanov of Bulgaria.
2 minutes to official time.
We have Marta Kolasinka of Poland, excuse me. We have Lee Carlson of Sweden in lane C. We have Yasuko Ozeki of Japan, lane D. William Seaford of the UK, lane E.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
And then Ibrahim Al-Salatini, Al-Salatni, excuse me. I don't think I'm ever going to get his name right. I feel very sorry. Ibrahim, sorry. Of Oman in lane F. There is Ibrahim, started freediving in 2014 and did his first competition in 2017. Did a 212-meter dynamic bifins dive on the first day. And says he does a lot of dry training since there is no pool where he works.
Thirty seconds. 20. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Official time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. Here we are looking at Valentin of Bulgaria. Current national record set at 6:13 by Daniel Edrev, who we will see later on today diving. Behind him we have Marta of Poland. Her current personal best is 6 minutes, and she's here at this competition to beat her PBs. Had a personal best or competition result day before during DNF of 100 meters. Very lovely dive. She has 2 cats and 1 dog, and wants to thank Agnieszka, Tomek, Bartek, and Marcin for supporting her. We can take a moment to thank all of the family, the friends, the sponsors that support our athletes here. They all appreciate the support of letting them go to the pool, working hard, talking about how their days were good or not so good. Your support at home really means a lot. You can see Lee in the lane on the left. Lee has a personal best of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. And again, the current national record for Sweden is set at 6:49 by Lotta Eriksson. Lee is aiming to get all white cards during this comp, but with a PB so close to the national record, she may feel inclined to maybe go for it. Quickly going through the results here to see if I can give you guys the current standing for the top 3. For men, we have Valdemar in first place at 8:58, William Joy second place, 8:37, and Adam Zarzga of the UK at 7:11. For women, give me one quick minute here. For the women, we have Agnieszka at 7:14 in first place, Georgina Miller, second place 6:39, and Paula of Sweden at 6:33. I'm going to try and keep that list updated as we go. Okay. AIDA Freediving has pinned the start list and results. Looks like we have Valentine up. William of the UK also up. Lee getting ready there. Ibrahim trying to relax. See a smattering of applause. Wanting to support our athletes while also not wanting to make a big noise. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Seeing a little baby LMC I believe that was Marta. Okay, Lee is also up. Okay, all divers are done. Okay, so now we wait the results. It's important to note that the results that we are getting and we are seeing on the website are not official. These are the results that are pending and need to be reviewed by the judges. Once they've been reviewed, they will then be sent out to the athletes, and the athletes have 15 minutes to protest any of the results. Once they do that, any protest will go to the judges where they will review the footage. Athletes are able to bring in any other footage that they have, and so oftentimes you can see many people around who are recording the athlete. It's just a way to make sure that there are multiple angles being there to support the athlete and give them the best chance of overturning a card if need be. Once that challenge process is completed, then the final results will be released, and then that's when we can actually say what the official results are. Ilrad, that is a fantastic point, yes. As you can see, we have people in the water with our athletes wearing white shirts. These are our safeties. They've been the ones who have been in the water swimming back and forth with our athletes for this comp so far, and they are now supporting them in the water. Their role, as we said before, is if there is no coach, to do checks on the athletes to make sure they are okay, they are still responsive. And in the event the diver out, the safety is there to support the athlete, help keep their airways out of the water, and elevate up the medical chain of command if necessary. Hi Selassie, I am not competing in this competition. I am only here as the commentator and an avid sports fan. Maybe next time. Marco, that's a good question. Doping is performed for the top three, for world records, and then there is also a random person from each day picked to do doping tests. You can check out the full doping list of banned substances. Shoot, where can we find that? Offhand, I don't know. If anybody knows in the chat, please do feel free to send me a message on Instagram at Brandon Freediver, and I can post it in the chat if anybody is interested. Okay, up next in Group 5, we have Ji-Hyun of Korea in lane A. We have Ellis Lai-Siu of Singapore in lane B. We have Jean Turcois of France in lane C. Miro Suompera of Finland in lane D. We have sorry, give me just 1 second here. We have Joseph Xu of Chinese Taipei in lane E, and Julia Kozerska of Poland in lane F. The results from the previous group are as follows. Valentin, 504, white card. Marta, 604, unfortunately a red card due to surface protocol. Lee Carlson, 616, white card. Yasuko Ozeki, 513, white card. William 508, white card. And Ibrahim Al-Salatni, 604, but a red card due to touch. Aga Namek is going at 11:20. And Lee did 6:16. Sorry about the sound. Let me see if I can get a different microphone cord for you guys.
One minute, 30 seconds.
Today we switched to a wireless system, and it appears there are some connection issues. So we'll see if we can get those sorted as soon as possible. In the meantime, we can talk a little bit about Ellis.
1 minute.
Let's see. Ellis recently competed earlier this month at the ecstatic AIDA comp and completed a dive of 5 minutes and 41 seconds. The most important part of her training has been staying overall physically fit and not just training in the pool. And works at N Park, Singapore to monitor and support local coral reef on the St. John's Islands. There we see Yulia getting ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Official top.
Yulia set a new world record in dynamic no fins 2 days ago.
7, 8, 9, 10.
With a dive of 209 meters, beating the previous record by Magdalena Solich-Talanda by 2 meters. It's cracking a lot. Jean of France in lane C has a personal best of 7:22 set during the French National Championships, this May. And love static because it allows you to spend a lot of time with very unique sensations, which is definitely true. Static is full of very weird and unique sensations. But it's also very, very cool in so many ways. Miro in lane D of Finland has done a lot of training under ice, being Finnish and a part of the Finnish team. They do a lot of training where they will go out, they'll crack a hole in the ice, we'll do some dives under the ice, and we'll jump out and do a sauna. I've spent a lot of time with the Finnish team over the last few days, and man, they know how to have a good time. I'm actually really looking forward to heading up there and doing some under ice diving with them. I mean, I'm not necessarily looking forward to the under ice part, but I'm more looking forward to the sauna on the ice afterwards. I have no idea. I'm just getting told that it's getting cracky.
I was listening, it was okay. So
Okay. Okay, cool. If you guys could let me know in the chat, how is the sound doing now? Is it any better? June, I am not sure what she does. One of the things that I do for all of these competitions that I comment is I send a questionnaire to all athletes. And I ask them to basically answer a bunch of questions about themselves. And that's the information that I use to share with you guys. Some athletes fill out the forms and others do not. I try and do my best to get everyone to fill them out, but some athletes are just so focused on getting ready for the comp, they prefer just to not. So some athletes I have lots of information about, and others like Jihi, I have unfortunately none. Although I do know that she completed a 157-meter dynamic bifins dive on the first day. Okay, cool. Thanks, fam. I appreciate you guys looking out. We're getting a combination of it's good or it's cracking. So, that's okay. We are coming up to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, Jihi is up. Maybe a little bit of a head bob there, but I think we're doing okay. Ella's still going strong. Jean's still going strong. Okay, looks like a white card for Jihi. At 5:45 from official top. You can see David Mellor of the UK coaching Ellis right now. David will be competing later, I believe. We see him tapping her shoulder, asking for signals. Something that we can see as athletes push closer and closer to their limit is, like we said, LMC, but you also get very foggy and fuzzy at the end of a dive. And so oftentimes that reminder to breathe and to do your surface protocol is absolutely necessary. Because otherwise you can feel very spacey, you can feel in some ways almost high because of such a high level of CO2 in your body. And so having that reminder is incredibly important. And Miro is up. Miro the money man. Or as his teammates like to call him, Myro the boy. Let's see. Joseph is up. Yulia is still down. Coming up on... Okay, there she is. I believe around 7:45. 7:58. Okay. So this round will probably shuffle some of our standings a little bit. So we'll see what the results are as they come in. Again, you can see all of the results as they're being updated in real time on the website in the pinned link at the top of the chat. I'll scroll down to the bottom and then select today's date, and that's where all the lists or all the times will be being updated. Okay, so we are going to head into a little break now. And we will come back in about 30 minutes. But first, the results are still coming in. So you know what, we'll head to break first, and then we will move on, and I'll let you guys know what the standing is as soon as we come back.
Double K is a manufacturer of premium diving equipment in Korea, a vibrant and creative country. At Double K, we focus on constant research to develop innovative and comfortable products to enhance the experience of diving for our customers. We take pride in our cutting-edge and stylish designs, providing a sleek yet professional look whether you're in or out of the water. From wetsuits to fins, masks to equalization tools, Double K has all the freediving accessories you will need. Fall in love with your diving with Double K.
Okay, and we are back. We are moving on to the second, well, the seventh group of divers for today. Excuse me, the sixth group of the day, starting with Ivan Rodriguez of Spain, has a current PB of 6:15. We have Miljan Kolčić of Serbia. We have Marcin Baranowski of Poland in lane C. There we go. There's Marcin. In lane D, we have Sukyoung Lee of Korea. In lane E, we have Alina Hutas of Moldova in the middle. Sukyoung Lee being on the right-hand side, and then Zhu Lin Xin of Chinese Taipei on the left-hand side. Zhu Lin, or Lulu for short, has a PB of 7 minutes,
2 minutes to official time.
which is far beyond what the current record for Chinese Taipei is for women. That record is currently set at 5:52 by Chia Yi Lo. So maybe, hopefully, we'll see a new national record here for Chinese Taipei.
1 minute 30 seconds.
The results from the previous heat before the break ended are as follows. We have Ji-hee Yoon, 435 white card, Ellis, 604 white card, Jean of France, 706 white card, Miro Suompera of Finland, 648. We have Joseph Xu of Chinese Taipei, 729. And Julia Kozerska of Poland, 741. And with that, we do have some shuffling around of the top three in each group. For men, current standings are Joseph of Chinese Taipei at 729, William Joy, China, second place, 837, and Valdemar of Sweden at 858.
20.
And then for women, we have in third place Georgina Miller of the UK, 639. Agnieszka Kalska of Poland at 714. And in first place, Julia Kozerska of Poland, 741. Okay, and we begin once again. Get your faces in the water. One of the things that we can notice about this technique, this form, if you want to call it that, is all these divers look very close to what a wetsuit looks like when it's hanging on a rack or a like a clothing hanger. The arms kind of stick out. The legs are slightly separated. And we see a bend in the arms. Again, the goal is to try and stay as relaxed as possible. A lot of places that you can hold a lot of tension is in the neck when you're doing a static hold. When you take a big final breath in, you have this sort of tendency to try and hold that tension for a little bit. And if you don't actually actively relax it, you can sort of find yourself in a place where that tension has stuck with you and now you don't even feel it anymore. And that can, over the course of a dive, cause you to use up oxygen. Here we can sort of see what I was talking about earlier with the legs dangling lower. Again, some divers want to keep their legs out as far behind them as possible to not have that sort of extra tension in the stomach. I mean, again, as we take a full breath in, our diaphragm is moving down into our, sort of like going down into our stomach area. And the more we then bend at that area, the more tension that puts and the more pressure that builds up in the lungs. Okay. That is Miljan. He has a current personal best of 3:17. So it looks like he may have beaten that personal best and has a new personal best. We'll see. We also see Aliona up. There she is, of Moldova. Waiting for the judge's decision. Judges are both keeping track of time, and so they compare their times, and they are also looking for correct surface protocol and other good stuff. Oh, it looks like Agnieszka got a red card. We'll see why in a little bit. Lulu is also up now, around 4:45. Ivan is up. I believe we still have one diver in the water with Marcin. He has a PB of 5:38. So this will be a new personal best for him. Looking good, looking strong. Some of the signs that we're looking for of hypoxia are blue lips. We are also looking for a completely spaced out look in the eyes. We are looking for any jerky sort of movements, as that is a sign. There we go, nice white card. Jerky movements is a sign of a loss of motor control or a samba. We saw none of that with Marcin. Very nicely done. Okay, results are coming in. Once again, you can find all of the results, unofficial results, and also the start list and who's coming up next. On the pinned comment in the live chat. That's where I'm going to see all of the results. That's where you can find them as well. Let's see, so we have Ivan Rodriguez of Spain, 519, white card. Miljan Kolsic of Serbia, 331, so that is a new personal best for him. Still waiting on results for Marcin. We have Sukyoung Lee, 433, white card. Aulina, 405, unfortunately a red card due to touch. Diver is only allowed to wipe their face once in the 30 seconds before the judge gives their card. So unfortunately that will be a red card for Aulina. And then for Lulu, 455, white card.
Group 7, Lane A, Min-soo Yeon from Korea. Lane B, Atsushi
Excuse me.
from Japan. Lane C, Milene Henjin from Belgium. Lane D, Boris Georgiev from Bulgaria. Lane E.
Hi Suwon, I am not competing today. While I would love to be, and it would be tons of fun, I've concluded that if I'm going to do any kind of national record attempts or really any dive, I should do it at a competition where I'm not also working. We saw that last week when I did my static attempt and had an LMC. My personal dry PB is 7:30, and I had an LMC at 7:15. So it was far earlier than what I ever actually have experienced before, and was very surprised by it. And I think it goes to show how much and how important it is to have mental preparation, mental relaxation, and also not go and work before doing a national record attempt, So the next time I do a comp, I will be only there as a competitor and will be able to fully focus on competing versus doing a million other things. But thanks for asking. It's very nice of you. Okay, next group we have Minsu Jeong of Korea, lane A with a dry PB, of 5:43. So we may see a bit of a longer breath hold here in the water. We have Atsushi Nakano of Japan, PB of 5:32. We have Mylène Hengen of Belgium, personal best of 6:15. The current national record holder of Belgium, with her previous best at 5:47. We have Boris Georgiev of Bulgaria in lane D. This is his first competition, and what a place to have a first competition. There we see Mylène. Getting ready. In lane E, we have Namig Amdazda of Azerbaijan. And in lane E, Roman Kormov of Israel.
2 minutes to official time.
June, that's a good question. June asks, what techniques do I use? But I'll talk about a lot of techniques that I know athletes using. To relax during the competition, when breathing up and during the actual discipline, and how do you train to relax? Meditation, yoga? Question mark. So every diver is different. Every diver has
1 minute 30 seconds.
different things that they do to get ready at the competition itself. Some will simply listen to music, others will do some stretching, others will do some yoga, others will talk with friends and just goof around and chat the whole time. Each diver is different, and each one sort of has their own thing that they like to do. When I am getting ready for a static comp, I will sit, I will listen to music, I'll sort of just close off the world around me, do a little bit of light stretching, and then from there I move to the competition zone, and sorry, not the competition zone, the warm-up zone, and I will do 2 FRC breath holds. FRC stands for functional residual capacity, and is sort of a volume of air that you have in your lungs. So if you take a full breath in and then let the air rush out naturally without pushing any air in or holding any air in, that is FRC.
10.
So I will do 2 breath holds on that. I won't look at the time. I won't do. I will only looking to feel the dive response turn on.
Official time plus 1, 2.
I'll do 2 of those,
4, 5,
and then I will move to the competition
6,
zone.
7, 8, 9, 10.
When a diver is in the competition zone, you will see most of them staring off into space, sitting quietly, and relaxing and getting ready. Mentally, divers can do a variety of different things. They can do a body scan. They can think of their loved ones. They will think about walking in a beautiful forest. There are many things that you can sort of visualize and do to prepare and sort of calm your mind down. And really what the goal is in that moment is to try and reduce the heart rate. The lower the heart rate is, the less blood is being pumped around, and therefore the less energy is being used, which again, conserving oxygen. Personally for me, I get to the competition zone and I zone out. I am able to clear my mind. If things sort of come in and I think of something, I sort of just I acknowledge that idea or that thing, and then I let it sort of go past and I let it fade away into nothingness. In the competition itself, the first thing that I will do is do a body scan. So as soon as I put my face in the water, I then start at my toes and I scan for any tension that I'm holding in my feet, in my calves, in my thighs, up my stomach, over my chest, down my arms, into my fingers, down my back, neck, face, throat, and I just let all of it go. Then from there, I just start letting my mind wander. I think about how good things feel. I think about how relaxed I am. I think about what I'm going to do for lunch later. I just let my mind completely wander. And for me, that has worked well recently. But what I tell all of my students and my athletes that I coach is that you need to have a variety of tools in your toolbox to be able to support you if your sort of main thing doesn't work for you. So if you're doing a body scan and for some reason you can't really shake your tension, you need to have something else mentally to be able to do. Scan your body just bit by bit. You can imagine a glowing ball of warmth and relaxation that's hovering above you, and with every pulse of energy, you feel the relaxing come over your body, and that relaxes. Or if I can't really think of anything positive at the moment, I will walk. I used to work third shift security at a performing arts center, and so if my other stuff isn't working, I will walk a tour of the building and really going down to like visualizing, touching each door handle, feeling the cold metal beneath my fingers, smelling the smell of the carpet, or hearing the echo of my footsteps walking down marble floor. And I try and make it as real as I possibly can. Again, each diver is different, so each one has their own styles. Roman is up in lane E. We'll see what his results are in a little bit. Other divers still down. Nope, we have Namig also up at around 4:30. As divers get further on into their breath hold, where they start to experience contractions, again, there are a variety of different tools and things that you can do to get yourself through that next sort of part. Some divers will count the number of contractions. Other divers will try to simply relax through them and keep them nice and small. Myself personally, when they first start, I try and keep them small for as long as I can. I work on pushing them away. Mentally relaxing through them, and then as they get to the fight phase, then it becomes a matter of, here's Boris, he's up around 5 o'clock or 5:15. As they get to the fight phase, I start counting contractions in a group of numbers. So I'll count contractions in a group of 4 or 5 or 6. And I do that in order to not keep track of the total number, because total numbers for me never work well. I don't like to know the time. I don't like to know the number of contractions I've had. What I do like to do is use them as a way to keep my rhythm and have short little goals. So I'll count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 contractions and then start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so on and so on. After a certain point, I open my eyes, start looking for signs of my narrowing of vision, any sort of sparkly things, which are signs for me that I'm getting close to my limit, and then I will come up. Again, every diver is different. Every diver has their own unique way of diving. Their own, again, mentally, this is a very unique discipline. And so it really comes down to each athlete to know exactly what they need. Whoop, we're seeing a little bit of an LMC here. Okay, Minsu is up. Milen is also up, looking good and fresh. That's at 6:40, which is going to be a new personal best for Aileen, and will be a new national record for Belgium. Unless there is an issue with the cards. But no, we have a white card for Milen. It's very nicely done for her. Yay. June, no, I appreciate the questions. I mean, honestly, if I'm being perfectly fair, static is a difficult discipline to commentate. So the more questions you have, the better. I'm happy to answer any and all. Again, as I've said, I am a freediving instructor and a breath training coach. And so I do training for athletes all the time using these disciplines, using visualization. I'm a visualization coach as well. And so everything that I do is basically well suited for static. And I love to answer any questions you have about it. Okay, perfect. So let's see. Let's take a look at some of these results. Slowly coming in on the live stream. So we are still waiting on Minsu Jung. At Sushi Nanako, we have 626 white card, beautiful dive. Milen Henjin, 631, which currently I believe puts her in 4th place for women. Boris, 434, white card. Namig of Azerbaijan, 411, white card. And Roman Kormov of Israel, unfortunately a red card, 318, DQ due to other. So unfortunately I don't know exactly why he was DQ'd. But we'll see later on. Okay, so in lane A we have Excuse me. Sorry, no lane A. Ava is not starting this morning. Lane B, we have Nikki Margison of the UK. Lane C, we have Marika Konola Tuominen of Finland. In lane D, we have Miroslav Minshev of Bulgaria. Lane E, Taro Yokota of Japan. And in lane E, Gina Preznovic of Serbia. Nikki has a PB of 4:45. Began training in 2018 after 2 cancer diagnoses. After she took a course with Georgina Miller, who we just saw earlier today, and who is currently in 3rd place in the rankings. When she's preparing for a dive, as we were talking about, she does body stretching and lung stretching, listens to music or guided meditations, and visualizes being on a beautiful walk. And Aika of Finland has a PB of, 5:12. Did her first comp in 2019 and was hooked by the atmosphere of fun and excitement. And at the Finnish Nationals this year, she got 3 medals in dynamic, static, and dynamic no fins. And she is part of the Sunken Logs freediving team. They're part of a group of Finnish divers that gets together and has a 24-hour dynamic session in the pool.
1 minute 30 seconds.
You can check more of their information out on their Instagram. But, I mean, really, they go for a full 24 hours, switching off with one person in the pool at all times doing dynamics. And it is wild. And then Gina in lane E started competitive swimming at 9 years old in the 50 and 100 free and butterfly, and now teaches but still does fin swimming and marathons. She loves doing static, especially dry static, because she can do it at home, and it helps keep her motivated because she can train basically every day in it. Yeah, June, visualization and relaxing, June says, is tough for me, especially visualization. Such a foreign concept, seeing and feeling what is not right there. Completely. Visualization is a technique used by a lot of freedivers to basically train mentally without being in the water. There's been a lot of research that shows that practicing something in your mind and feeling the movement, feeling the, in this case, the water moving across your face.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Really trying to make that as real as possible in your mind has, oh, we see Gina there having a packing blackout. So she will be supported there by the safety team. Oof. Yep, and she's totally fine. Again, as we said earlier, packing blackout can occur when you add so much air into your lungs that the lungs basically squeeze the aorta, for lack of a better word, the blood tube that carries blood from your heart, or sorry, from your lungs up to your brain. And as such, your brain cannot get the oxygen that it needs, and you will black out. And that's exactly what we saw there. Unfortunate to see, but can absolutely happen. As I was saying, visualization is a mental technique that has been shown to actually be able to allow there to be actual practice being done mentally in the brain. If you practice proper technique, science has shown that you will actually improve your technique while you are diving. Now, that is only the case if you are practicing the technique and the discipline correctly in your mind. One of the things that I've personally done is created a series of visualizations for freediving athletes to use where the technique is correct and all you have to do is listen and see and follow along in your mind what I am saying. I have had a lot of athletes have really good results with this. I've not only done this as recordings, but also as one-on-one coaching for athletes. And the athletes that have used it have found really great results using it. Also, if you're interested, I do lead visualization sessions every now and then for free on my Instagram account. So you can check that out if you're interested at Brandon Freediver. You can definitely come along for the ride and give it a try. It's also important to say that I'm not the only athlete or the only coach doing this. There are plenty of coaches out there who do this as well. You can reach out to them and see if they offer that as well. Okay, we're coming up on 3 minutes. It's going. We are beginning. Looking at, let's see, I believe that was Taro of Japan, using the pool noodle to keep his legs up. Ah, very nice. Welcome, June. Welcome to the posse. Using a pool noodle to help keep his legs up and keep the body nice and straight. As we've said a few times, the more crunched in you are, the more pressure you actually put on the pushed out diaphragm. Then that is pushed out due to so much air being in the lungs, taking that final breath in. Okay. Here we are looking at Marika of Finland. The time for a diver stops as soon as their airways come back out of the water. Marika looking nice and fresh, lots of color in her lips. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce around from Nikki. You saw there the safety went in and made the call to pull her out. Nice and strong by Taro. At around 5:15, maybe 5:30. Waiting for the judge's decision. And white card for Taro of Japan. Nikki currently being supported by the safety team. And we will see what the results are in a few moments. While we're waiting, I want to take a moment to thank all of the event sponsors, the Burgas Municipality, Double K, Octopus, Be Water Freediving, Acer, Sunto, Dive Tech, and Molchanovs. We appreciate your support, not only to this event, but to the freediving community with awesome products, awesome everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also thank you to all of the sponsors supporting our individual athletes. As I've said a few times now, a lot of these athletes do this as a part-time thing. They also have full-time jobs, they train when they have time. We have very few professional athletes in freediving, but the more sponsors that we have coming in and supporting our athletes, the more they are able to spend, more time they're able to spend diving, training. Here we see Nikki. Okay, she's up. She's going to be checked out by one of the safety team, one of the medical staff. The more athletes are supported, the more time they can spend in freediving, which means the more national records we can break, the more times we can push out, and the more world records we can put out as well. Okay. So Nikki will unfortunately be a red card. I believe she got to around 5:30, maybe 5:15. Marika of Finland, 4:42. It's a little bit shorter than her PB, but still a white card, which is always good. We have Miroslav, 4:39, white card. Still waiting on Taro's results. And Gina, as we said before, due to a packing blackout, unfortunately, red card. Okay, Taro Yokota of Japan, 5:25, white card. Well done. As we were talking about before, each diver is different, and so each diver also has a different way that they do their preparation for their attempt. We can see, I believe that is Lorena of Spain preparing, laying face up. Okay. Lane A, we have Youngju Lee of Korea. Personal best of 4:32. Architecture teacher in university. Most important than her dry training. We have Lorena of Spain, 30 at her last comp, the Spanish Nationals. She's a veterinary surgeon, has been learning more about marine mammal medicine. In lane Marinac of Croatia, with his teammate and coach Vitomir Maricic of Croatia as well. In lane D, we have Madoka Okuyama of Japan. She has a personal best of 5:28. Sorry, personal best of 5:28. We have Daniil Edrev of Bulgaria. He's the personal, he holds the national record for Bulgaria at the moment at 6 minutes and 13 seconds, which is a fantastic number. And then we have Aruna Yamashita of Japan getting ready. And we're moving. Please do feel free to show your support of all of our athletes in the live chat. It's awesome to see. Also great to know where everyone is coming in from, so please do feel free to let us know what part of the world you are watching from and what you are currently doing.
One minute.
As we begin, I will let you guys know what the current results are. Current unofficial results are, and the standing for the top three for the men and the women. We'll just wait for official top, and then I will let you guys know what that is.
$30 seconds. 20. 10. 5.
I won't if you won't, June.
3, 2, 1. Official top, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Again, divers do have up to 30 seconds to begin their dive and submerge their airways after official top. So that's why we have the plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. TriTube 1, the schedule and start list is pinned in the live chat. There's a link there, and you can scroll down to the bottom and select the day that you want to be looking at. We are currently on day 3 for the 23rd of June. So the current standings are as follows. Again, these are unofficial. They are pending judges' review and then pending withstanding the challenge time. But as they stand right now, we have Joseph of Chinese Taipei in 3rd place at 7:29, William Joy of China 8:37, and Valdemar of oh my gosh, Sweden, sorry, with 8:58 in first place. And then for women, we have Georgina Miller of the UK, 6:39. We have Agnieszka of Poland, okay, that's what I thought, in second place with 7:14. And then Julia Kozerska in first place with 7:41, also from Poland. Again, those results could change, not only from athletes competing later in the day, but also from the challenge process. So I'm just giving you the information that I have at this very moment. If it changes, don't yell at me. But all results will be available later on this evening for today. Again, following the link that is pinned in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome to everyone tuning in. Love to see it here on the most beautiful of static days. Crossing the 3-minute mark. Here we see Gjord with Vitamir coaching. Ooh, another good question. June asks, do you prep for depth the same way you do for static and pool? Actually, Tratu, there is a timer, but it's linked to the official top, so it is not the exact time that athletes are coming up or started. But there is a little timer in the bottom left-hand corner ticking away underneath all of the athletes' names. So your question, June, I would argue that there's a lot of crossover between training and pool, especially in terms of putting in a lot of training and practice. Whoop, keep breathing, keep breathing. Okay, we are good. You can see sort of the blue lips and that stare off into the distance. That is very, very typical for coming up hypoxic. So one of the things that we want to be training. Okay, we see Youngju also up. One of the things that we want to be training is our endurance and our capacity to deal with CO2 and low oxygen environments. Aruna also up. One of the easiest and safest ways you can do that, especially if you don't have access to depth, is to go to a pool and swim lengths. I know plenty of divers who train pool in their high volume phase, and then they, from there, spend a few weeks in a depth location, transitioning all of that strength and that training that they've done to depth, working on their equalization, making sure all of that is sorted, and then they are ready to go for the depth season. Other divers have access to depth at all times of the year, and it's not an issue for them to go out and train depth. And so really, I would say again, it ultimately comes down to where you are in the world and what you have access to. But you can definitely train for depth by training in the pool, and many athletes do a lot of that. I don't really think that you can train for pool disciplines at depth, obviously, so it doesn't quite work the same way. But I would also say that static and training static has a massive impact on your ability to compete comfortably in both pool and depth. I attribute my static training to my comfort in both the pool and at depth, and my fast progress, especially in depth. Okay, so that is that. We're going to take another break for about 20 minutes-ish, maybe 30. Let's see, let's quickly take a look at the results from this last heat. They're still coming in, but we have Yeonju of Korea, 5 minutes, red card unfortunately due to surface protocol. We have Lorena with a 5:17 and a white card, which is a new personal best for her, so congratulations there. Gior 4:17, white card. Madoka 5:35, also white card. And still waiting on Danail and Aruna. I don't have those at the moment, but I'm going to quickly run and take a quick break. I will see you guys back in around 30 minutes. Go grab some popcorn, go grab some food, some snacks, some drinks, and we'll see you coming back here. Up next, we have, let's see, coming up here pretty soon, we're going to have Mohammed Al-Jibeni of the United Arab Emirates. We have David Krustic of Croatia. And we have Dejan Dojčev of Bulgaria. So we're seeing some pretty big numbers coming out of these individuals fairly soon. Okay, perfect. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Chat soon. thought we were done with this group. We are clearly not. So, lane A, we have Michał Bornczek of Poland. Personal best of 7:08 and is here to improve his personal best as well. In lane B, let's see, lane B, Magdalena Solich-Talanda will not be starting, so that's okay. Lane C, we have Barbara Kalska, of Poland. Lane D, we have Kate Goodwin of the UK. In lane E, we have David Mellor of the UK. And then in lane E, we have Kateryna Sadurska of Ukraine, who currently holds every national record at the moment for Ukraine. Spam your support, spam your love for all of these athletes. They put in a lot of hard work to train and get here. Show them some love. From the previous group, Daniil Edrev had a 6:17 white card, and Aruna Yamashita had a 5:08, also a white card.
1 minute 30 seconds.
Here we see Kateryna getting ready. Some divers will use a nose clip during this discipline, while others will not. We often...
1 minute.
How do I want to say this? So when we experience contractions, there's movement going on in the ribs, which then translates to pressure building up on the closed vocal folds, or the glottis. That pressure then translates into the mouth, and then therefore up into the nasal cavity as well.
30 seconds.
So what can happen is, if you're not wearing a nose clip and your soft palate is open, the movement of a contraction from your ribs will actually push air, a little bit of air that's in your nose, out of the nose, and then as the muscles relax, it can actually suck in some water into your nose. Now, what some divers will do is they will actually keep their soft palate closed in an up position. And in doing that, that pressure does not actually get transferred to the nose, and so you don't get that sort of water through the nose situation. Alternatively, other divers just wear nose clips. They don't have to think about it. They can just fully relax. Again, it's up to personal preference of each diver to decide how they want to dive and what their priorities sort of are. We see Kateryna floating there with her. Kateryna told me that she actually hasn't done much real training for this comp, partially because of the war. And she usually works as a safety diver at Freediving World Championship in Egypt, which is a really nice training facility there. If you're ever in the area, please do go check it out. She also has a swimwear brand called SAO Swimwear. You can check it out on Instagram. Again, we can see our coaches supporting our athletes. One of the things that we can actually find when we are doing statics is we float away. Sometimes we will float into the wall, sometimes we will float away from the wall, sometimes we will twist in weird ways. And when you are doing a static, you can sort of basically escape your body in a way. You can basically just float off into nowhere land. And when you are actually ready to start coming up and you want to put your hand on the wall, it can be incredibly disorienting to reach out and not feel that wall there when you thought it was there. Because really, you don't feel yourself moving at all when you're just laying there on the surface. So if you reach out and try and grab that wall, it's almost, at least for me, when I've experienced it, it feels like suddenly I am in space and I'm reaching out into vast nothingness and I'm completely alone everywhere around me. And it can be a little freaky. And so we oftentimes try and keep divers close to the wall, keep them straight on facing the wall, so if either hand they put up, they can very easily grab if they want to. Okay, we see Michael is up. We can see Michelle had ear pods in. You are allowed to listen to music or to any kind of visualization you'd like while you dive. It's a cool thing, I think, to be able to do that. As someone who really appreciates audio and music and finds it very relaxing and soothing, I definitely see the benefit in it. Actually, talking about earlier too, I've even done a few visualization recordings for people who are going to use them during competitions to help them stay relaxed and to get through the beginning boring part. The part where you feel no urge to breathe and you are just sitting there waiting, essentially. I've done a few sessions for people like that have used them during competitions. And I've been told they've been very helpful. We see Kateryna showing a sign with her finger that she hears her coach telling her the time or giving her a reminder. Volatile Candy, I don't know if they're using any of my visualizations. It would be cool if they were, but offhand I don't know. Okay. Okay. Woof. Okay, so that is Barbara. Being supported by the safety team now. We're looking at David on the live feed, looking nice and fresh. Waiting for the results from the judges. David being one of the most hilarious people I know. Met him in Cyprus last year at the Depth World Championship. Very funny guy. There's Kateryna. She's up. Looking nice and fresh. It's past 6 minutes, so big dive, good dive. Maybe a new national record for Ukraine. Currently, it's set at 6:13 by her. I think I saw a 6:28 on the stopwatch, but I could be wrong. We're waiting. We're waiting. Oh, looks like a red card, unfortunately, for Kateryna. She does have the opportunity to protest a result. That will happen later on in the day after the event is all done. All the athletes have gone and done their dives. Again, judges will look at all of the footage. They will give a preliminary number, preliminary results for each, and will then allow athletes to protest. So I believe what I saw happening was that the judges were saying she did not give proper surface protocol with an okay. So we will see, she'll look at the video footage and see if she did or not, and then it should be pretty obvious. Kozerska of Poland is the one who had a bit of a blackout. She's being supported now by the staff, by medical staff. Everyone's chatting and smiling around her, so looking to be okay. Yeah, she's up, she's fine, smiling, being supported. A little bit of a whoopsie there. Yeah, there she is, totally fine. And that's the thing with hypoxic blackouts, is even though they may look pretty traumatizing, the blackout itself is what the body is doing to preserve oxygen for the brain. It's turning off the rest of the body so that the brain can continue to get oxygen. And in an event like this, and in freediving, when you are diving safely, you have a buddy there with you. You have a safety there with you. And so in the event of a blackout, your buddy is always there, always watching to make sure that they are there to rescue you at a moment's notice. And again, that's what we saw. She was immediately brought out of the water by the safeties. She was supported. She was given oxygen on the side, and very quickly walking around. FV, I think it was because of surface protocol that Kateryna got a red card, although let me quickly check and see what the current results are, and it may be showing there. We do not have a result for Kateryna yet. Results from the previous group still coming in, but are as follows. So we have Michal with 336 white card, Magdalena did not start. Barbara, 6:07, red card unfortunately due to underwater blackout. Kate Goodwin, 5:25, white card. David Mellor, 6:06, white card. Very nicely done. We're still waiting on Kateryna on the total time. So she has a total time of 6:56, which is massive. But unfortunately, a red card, again, it says due to surface protocol. So we'll see what the results are from there. Up next, we have Jeanette of Sweden. And then we also have Birgül Erkin of Turkey also competing. They are not currently on the start list. There was an issue with adding them, but they are competing. Yeah, SK, part of the reason why we did cut is because we want to make sure that we're giving the athletes some privacy as well. Having a blackout isn't the most fun thing, and you know, it does sort of go into the range of medical privacy, and so we don't want to shove a camera in someone's face as they're having a blackout. So that's why we did switch to another view. But Barbara is totally fine. She's laying down, breathing some oxygen, talking with the medical staff, talking with her coach, smiling, laughing. She's doing just fine.
One minute.
See Jeanette looking to be taking some deeper breaths. Something that we haven't gone over yet during this discipline is the concept of hyperventilation. Hyperventilation, when you normally think of it, you think of someone breathing very fast and very shallow breaths. Hyperventilation is any breathing that is above what's called tidal breathing, which is the breathing that you do now when you're not thinking about it. So hyperventilation could be fast, shallow breaths. It could also be long, slow, and deep breaths, which is sort of what we saw Jeanette doing there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Official top plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Birgül taking some packs there.
9, 10.
And she's down. Now, with hyperventilation, what people used to think was that you were adding oxygen to the body. More oxygen. Now, that is not the case. What actually happens when you hyperventilate is you remove CO2 from your body. And CO2 is what gives us the urge to breathe. So you again would think, well, yeah, it's a good thing to purge CO2 because then I can feel more relaxed and I can go for longer. The unfortunate negative to hyperventilation and removing CO2 is that our body needs CO2 to know when to release oxygen molecules from the blood. So what can actually happen is as you hyperventilate, as you purge CO2, your body gets more and more confused and can't really figure out when to release oxygen molecules. So while you will feel fantastic, you will actually have a blackout sooner than you would have if you just breathed normally and experienced some discomfort and some urge to breathe. And at this level, it sort of becomes a very fine balancing act of finding what works for you with needing to get past that sort of discomfort phase. And so taking a few hyperventilation, a few purge breaths to drop a little bit of CO2. Or if you breathe normally and keep all your CO2 the whole time and can relax through the contractions. Or what some divers will even do is they will do something called hypoventilating, where they actually build up CO2 in their body. This causes contractions to come on even earlier, but it makes the availability of oxygen traveling around easier, so you can actually push out your dive time even longer by hypoventilating, but it feels pretty horrible. Hyperventilation is a technique that you should never do while diving deep. Never do it while you're alone. And really, you should be trained on how to do it. You should not be doing it just for the fun of it. And you can learn how to do all these things by taking a freediving course. A freediving course will teach you how to dive safely. We'll teach you all of the physiology. We'll teach you a lot of the things that I'm talking about on the live stream. You'll go over again in a course. You will also work with an instructor who will help correct your technique and teach you how to dive correctly and safely. And you'll have a bunch of fun. So if you've never taken a freediving course, get out there, find a school, find an instructor, and take a certified freediving course and get certified. We're passing around 3 minutes now. Coming up to 4 from official top. We can see a little bit of movement in Birgul's neck, trying to relax. If I remember correctly, Birgul announced 6 minutes. Okay, she's put her feet down. Again, the time does not stop until the airways come out of the water. Okay, so that's around, I believe, 4:30 for Birgul. Looking okay. Jeanette is still down. You see little contractions. If you look very closely at her stomach, you can see it moving very slightly. Contractions look nice and small, moving up more through the shoulders. Around 5:15, I believe. Still looking very slow and in control. It's been 5:45 since official top. See a little bit of bubbles coming out. Could be partially because of the intensity of the contractions increasing. Okay, she's up at around 6 minutes. Looking nice and fresh. There with her coach, Valdemar. Again, currently holding the gold spot for static today. Waiting to see what the judges say. And a white card. Very nice. So that is a somewhere around 6 minutes. As I said before, the results are being posted on the website. You can follow the pinned comment in the live chat to make your way over there. And yeah, okay. Now I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to eat something, shove something in my face, and then we'll be back in... I'll be back in 5 minutes. The next round will be starting in about 10 minutes. So quickly run, grab some food, grab something to drink, and I'll meet you back here in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Double K is a manufacturer of premium diving equipment in Korea, a vibrant and creative country. At Double K, we focus on constant research to develop innovative and comfortable products to enhance the experience of diving for our customers. We take pride in our cutting-edge and stylish designs, providing a sleek yet professional look whether you're in or out of the water. From wetsuits to fins, masks to equalization tools, Double K has all the freediving accessories you will need. Fall in love with your diving with Double K.
Czekamy, aż się wyjdzie.
Okay, welcome back. Once again, we are at the 28th AIDA World Championships here in Burgas, Bulgaria. My name is Brandon Reed. I am a freediving instructor, a breath training coach, visualization coach, and I am leading us, giving us some context, and generally talking pretty much nonstop while these divers do some amazing dives. In group 11, we have Dejan Dojchev in lane A of Bulgaria, personal best of 6:13. Ooh, give me 1 second here. Let me write something down.
30 seconds.
Ooh, So the current new record for Bulgaria, the static is set at 6:17 by Daniil Edrev. So we'll see if Dejan can push past that and get a little bit more. Lane B, we have Magdalena Solich-Talanda of Poland.
1 minute.
Lane C, we have Borisova Doroteya of Bulgaria. Lane D, we have David Krustic of Croatia. Lane E, we have David Spritz Ellings of Sweden. And then lane E, we have Hakyoung Kim of Korea.
30 seconds.
Hakyoung did 6:18 at the indoor UDF freediving competition in Korea just 12 days ago. So coming off of a really awesome comp.
10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Official top +1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Again, as we've said before, the timer that you see in the bottom of the corner is not the exact time of each diver. it is instead the official top time. Since we don't have the ability to track each individual diver, we're going off the next best thing, which is official top time. Okay, and we are off once again. We're looking at lanes F, E, and D. Right. Looking at Magdalena Solich of Poland here. Current national record for Poland is set at 7:09. Sorry, no, that is incorrect. Set by Julia, 7:41 earlier this morning. Results as they stand at the moment, again being unofficial, pending review, and pending a challenge allotment by the athletes. We have, for men, Joseph Xu of Chinese Taipei, William Joy of China, and Valdemar, what is your last name? Carlson of Sweden. In first place with 8:57, William Joy 8:37, Joseph 7:29. And for the women, third place we have Georgina Miller of the UK, 6:39. Second place we have Agnieszka Kalska, 7:14, and Yulia Kozerska, 7:41. Hi Suwon, thanks for showing your support. Hope to see you in Roatan. That would be very nice and make me very happy. One of the things as we look at these underwater shots is we can try and notice any contractions in the around the ribs. We may see the stomach poke out a little bit. We may also see the shoulders move a little bit. We're at around close to 4 minutes, so we're getting to the point where some athletes could be having small contractions, and other ones could be having bigger contractions. Here we see some kind of bigger ones coming from Magdalena. It's too bad, Suwon. Maybe next year. We see David showing the OK sign, letting us know that he's OK. Fighting through those contractions, no doubt. Some strong contractions there. Surface protocol for this competition is to remove any facial equipment, give an OK sign, and then say, I'm OK. An athlete is also allowed one face wipe. One face wipe before the judge actually gives their verdict on the card. Multiple face wipes can be construed as a loss of motor control and, as such, disqualify an athlete. Okay, looks like we still have Hak-Young Kim down in lane F, and David Ellings still going as well, coming up at around 6 minutes. June, I'd love to come to Korea at some point for a multitude of reasons. Okay, Hak-Young Kim is up. He did want to thank the Waterholic Center and his trainer, Slumi Cho, for all of their support in all of his training. We see a time there of 6:25 on the phone. Judges will check with each other, make sure the times are accurate. David Ellings also up. Keep breathing, keep breathing. Okay. Very close to a little bit of an LMC there, but looking very good, very fine. And we will wait and see what the judges have to say. Okay. Sounds like a white card to me. Ooh, excuse me. It's getting a little stuffy in here, and I think it's acting up on my sinuses. Okay. While we're waiting for results to come in, I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our event sponsors, the Burgas Municipality, Double K, Octopus, B Water Monofins, Acer, Sunto, Dive Tech, and Molchanovs. Hi, Justin. Justin asks, hi from New Zealand. Does Catherine Nevat still compete? That I do not know. I know that she is not here. But beyond that, I am unfortunately not sure. What you could do is you could go onto the AIDA International website and take a look at her profile. Each diver who dives at an AIDA competition has a profile on the website, and so you can see all of their previous records. So there you should be able to see where her last AIDA competition was and when she competed. AIDA also has a really great website for looking at national records and current world records, and really any athlete that you could want. So go ahead, head on over there, take a look. Maybe you'll find your own profile there as well. Up next, we have, you know, I'll hold off until the official pool announcement begins. Whew, excuse me. Tomorrow I will take a decongestant. Ah. Lovely. Okay, so in this group we have Mohammed Al-Jabeni of the United Arab Emirates. We have, there he is. In the next row, Christophe Burel of France. Getting ready with a beefy nose clip on. In lane C, we have Kumiko Ichihara, of Japan. In lane D, let's see, lane D, with his head down. I'm sorry, that's lane F. Lane D, on the right, we have Martin Parvanov of Bulgaria. It's a personal best of 5:45 and lives in Sofia. We then have in the middle Marko Radovic of Serbia with a PB of 4:31. And then finally, yep, there's Marko. And then finally, in lane F, we have Yuriko Ichihara of Japan in the silver suit.
Two minutes to official time.
Hi, Chaz. Flo is not competing here. Offhand, I don't know which certifying body he did the 10:30 under, but you can once again check on the website, search for Florian, and if he has a profile, it will be there.
One minute, 30 seconds. One minute.
Okay, let me quickly check the results here to see if we've had any movement across any of the unofficial rankings as they stand now.
20.
Does not look like it. So, for the last round, we have Dayan, 447, white card. I'll wait until the athletes begin.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Official top, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And the airways submerge. Okay, so from the last round, we have Dejan Dojchev, 447, white card. Magdalena Solich-Talanda, 435, white card. Dorotea Borisova, 446, white card. David Kustich, 437, white card. David Elling, 656, white card. And Hakyoung Kim, 612, white card. All white cards that round. Love to see it. Ooh, it looks like Dorotea may have set. Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong time. No, I am looking at the right time. Dorotea has a 4:46, and the current national record held by Victoria Danova is 4:41. So I believe that is a new national record for women in Bulgaria. Again, results are unofficial until later on in the day after they've been reviewed by judges and athletes have had an opportunity to protest. Everyone looking nice and relaxed. Oftentimes one of the hardest parts of static is to actually get relaxed after that final breath. You've just taken a huge breath in, and now you have to sit perfectly still, not moving a muscle, and just lay there. When I'm working with my athletes and coaching, one of the things that I often talk about is how our body's sort of knee-jerk reaction is to try and get us out of a situation that we are uncomfortable in. That sort of discomfort that we feel is our body trying to be like, okay, cool, I don't like this, let's not do this. But what always happens is that sort of sensation comes on very strong at first, and you then need to be able to catch yourself and say, okay, actually, body, thank you, I feel this feeling, I appreciate that you don't want to be here, and it feels kind of weird, but we have done a lot of training, we've done a lot of practice, we know we're going to be totally fine. This is just the next part of the breath hold. And that is the case when you start with the final breath. It feels a little uncomfortable. It continues on when you get your first contraction. That can feel a little uncomfortable. That will happen when you feel the dive response turning on. You will feel that when you actually get into the fight phase. Each time you sort of have a ramping up of this sensation of this doesn't feel very good, but if you can get past that sort of peak, it gets easier as you get past that slope. All of our divers are still down. We are at around 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Marco is up. We've seen a lot of athletes today either wearing hoods, wearing nothing on their heads, or wearing swim caps. Again, each diver is different. Each one has a preference. Some divers, when their dive response turns on, they get incredibly hot. And that's the feeling of the blood. The blood is moving away from the extremities to the core, and it actually heats up the body a little bit on top of also increasing the blood pressure. Some divers will get really hot. Other divers are okay with that. Other divers don't get hot. For example, I don't feel any sensations changing in temperature when I do my statics. Okay, we're approaching 5:30 now from official top. Okay. Ijima is up and looking fresh. Mohammed is still down, doing well. Nearly at 6 minutes. The current United Arab Emirates record is set at 4:01. So as long as he comes up, has clean surface protocol, and does not dip below the water, he will have a sizable new national record. There you go. He's good. He is up. Okay, we have Jacob up. Oh, sorry, not Jacob. We have Martin up. We also have Christoph up. Ichihara is still down. Current national record for Japan is set at 7:06. And we are around 7 minutes from official top now. Okay, she is up. Seeing a little bit of a LMC. Still doing okay. From my angle, I was able to see a bit better what was happening. And there were a few instances there where the safety almost jumped in to support her because her head was very close to the pool wall. And what's important to note with safeties is that as soon as they touch an athlete, that the athlete is disqualified. And so they have a really tough job balancing keeping an athlete safe, keeping an athlete and keeping an athlete actually in the competition. It is difficult to see what the result was. I didn't see a card given, so we'll take a look just now. Yes. Stefan Mufsund, his record of 11:35 is still standing from 2009. It would be awesome to see more people competing in static. I realize that it's not everyone's favorite. I talked about that a little bit before about my theory as to why that is. I think it's partially due to people training, dare I say, incorrectly. No, I don't say that. That's not right. I think people often push when they shouldn't be pushing in static, and rather should be focusing on the feeling and building up a stronger base and pushing their base versus pushing their max. Because if you focus on building and pushing your base, you push your max as well. But if you're always pushing your max and you're always trying to get further and further and further with really uncomfortable sensations and feelings, you are more likely to have a negative experience that mentally will have an impact on your relaxation, on your desire to go do them in the future. And oftentimes I see a lot of people really get into statics, do statics for a while, and then they have a bad few sessions, and then they stop because it was uncomfortable, because they had a bad time, because they didn't like it. Whereas for me personally, I don't miss my sessions. In roughly 2.5 years during lockdown, I did a session 3 times a week, every single week. And never had a bad time, always left excited for the next one, and always excited to come back and do a little bit more, push a little bit more, try something else. And so it would be awesome to see more people training in a way where they're focusing on feeling and enjoyment rather than focusing on numbers only. Because that's how you actually build the enjoyment of a sport and of a thing, you know? I'm sure plenty of people will have stuff to say about that in the comments, and I accept that. Okay, next group we have, let's quickly check the results from the previous heat quickly. Okay, so we have Mohammed, 6'10", white card, new national record for UAE. Christophe Burel, 625, white card. Kumiko Ijima of Japan, white card, 514. Martin Paravnov, 623, white card. Marko Radovic, 419, white card. Yuriko Ichihara, 658, unfortunately red card due to surface protocol. Up next in this group, we have Jakub Frankowiak of Poland. There we saw him sitting right there. Lane B, we have Tomasz Radziak of Poland. Lane C, we have Koyutsuke Abe of Japan. There he is. Opting to not do this in a wetsuit. You don't see that very often because it gets very cold laying there for 5, 6, 7 minutes. Okay, there's Koyusuke. Kyosuke, I'm sorry. In lane D, we have Christophe Jovazet of France. A personal best of 7:01. We have in lane E, Noriyuki Yabe of Japan. And then in lane E, we have, lane F, we have Tommi Passinen of Finland.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
With a personal best of 8 minutes, and the national record being set by Timo Kinnunen at 8:13. So potential to see a new Finnish national record here as well.
One.
As you can see, there's a camera sitting there pointed directly at Jakub. That is, each diver has a camera on them, and they are being recorded by the judges for video proof and check of their dive. Again, if there is ever a challenge to a dive, the judges will review footage, and in a challenge, an athlete is also allowed to bring in their own footage that they captured as well. So oftentimes you will see other athletes standing around with cameras in order to have as much information as possible to support the athletes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. Very nice. One of our divers, Christophe Jabazi of France, actually has been doing a lot of work with a nonprofit called Apnea Solidaire. On Facebook, it's APNEE Solid Air. It's a nonprofit that works to raise awareness of the cause of rare diseases and the importance of organ donation. Definitely a cool organization to check out. They're doing a lot of work and research on cystic fibrosis, myopathy, pediatric cancers, and that sort of stuff. So he's partially here to raise awareness about that organization and to hopefully get more people interested in organ donation. If you're interested to find out more, you can go to their Facebook group, check it out, or send an email to apnea.solidair@gmail.com. You see Tommy Passanen on the bottom left. There he is. This year, in the Finnish Nationals, he took first place in static. When he's doing his dives, he's trying to clear everything from his mind and control his breathing when he starts. And then also one of those people that likes to relax and talk to a coach before he dives. You can see there all the writing from the previous dives. Ooh, sorry, hang on. You could see all the writing there from, a lot of athletes, they have their starts planned down to the minute in some cases. And so there are things that divers need to do before they even get in the water. One of the things is 1 hour beforehand, divers need to check in with a judge to let them know that they are here. From there, they can sort of bum around, they can get in the water and do warm-ups. They can relax outside of the pool, it's completely up to them. But oftentimes you will see athletes with lots of writing on their hands to sort of remind them when they need to be doing something, when they need to switch from one thing to another, just in order to take all of the thinking out of their hour before their dive and just go with the flow until they get in the water and do their thing. Okay, we see, I believe that's Jakob, yep. Still staying nice and relaxed. I believe that's Koyusuke. Okay, Jakob is up, looking good and fresh. We also see Kyosuke. Justin, that's a good question. Justin asks, do the divers not find it a distraction to their focus being touched during the static? Each diver is different. Some divers like to have that physical touch. Other divers do not. Some divers like to be told the time every minute. Others do not. It really comes down to an athlete's individual preference. So Justin, maybe for you, you would absolutely hate it. And that's okay. Other divers may find it comforting, may find it a nice reminder to relax. We saw Tomasz, nice strong recovery breaths. We see Tommy is still down at around 7 minutes. I believe nearly at 7 minutes. I believe everyone else is up. So we're just waiting on. As a reminder, the current record for Finland is set at 8:13 by Timo. Tommy wants to thank his friends and family and to Lena for safety and the Finnish Divers Federation for supporting him here at the competition. Very nice. Tommy is up. Nice clean protocol. Continuing to breathe. A diver is allowed to continue to do their recovery breaths as much as they want. Very nice. But they do need to give their surface protocol within 15 seconds. Again, surface protocol being removing facial equipment, showing an OK sign, and saying, I'm OK. And a white card for Tommy. Lots of love and cheering from both the Finnish team and the Polish team. There's been a lot of hanging out between the two crews, and so we're all celebrating with Tommy. So, we'll wait and see what the results are. Again, the unofficial results. But that may put Tommy up into third place for the day. Here we see Iris up next, one of our other Finnish divers. We'll get to her momentarily. In the meantime, I am waiting to see what the results are. Here we see Yulia getting in the water once again to coach Carol.
Group 15, Lane A, Iris from Finland. Lane B, Laurence from France. Lane C, Shunya from Japan. Lane D, Alexandra from France. Lane E, from Croatia. Lane F, from Poland.
Okay, we are still waiting on the results from Noriyuki Yabe. But we have in lane A from last group, Yuriko Ichihara, red card due to service protocol, unfortunately, but with a 6:58. Jakub Frankowiak. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. Jakub Frankowiak was in lane A. 5:20 white card. Tomasz Radziak. 6:10 white card. Koyusuke Abe. 5:41 white card. Krzysztof Jozabe. 6:18 white card. Very nice dive. Tommy Passanen 7:38, which puts him in third place overall for static day. Second place being William Joy 8:37 and Valdemar 8:58. Valdemar Carlson. I'm going to write that down. There we go. And again for the women, third place Georgina Miller, 6:39. Agnieszka, 7:14. Agnieszka Kalska and Julia Kozerska, 7:41. First place. In the next group, we have Iris Alaola of Finland in lane A. Lane B, we have Laurence Gugen of France. There we see Iris getting ready, relaxing on her back. Lane C, we have Shinya Oi of Japan. Shinya being one of the coaches for the Japanese team, supporting a lot of athletes here. In lane D, we have Alexandre Boscari of France. In lane E, Croatia, we have Petar Klavar. And in lane F, we have Karol Karch, there we see him, of Poland.
1 minute.
Karol's first memory of holding his breath was when he was 12, and did it in the middle of a pool. And when he came up, a lifeguard shouted at him, and it basically traumatized him for a few years. And that is fair. Being shouted at by a lifeguard is no fun.
Seconds.
We have Lawrence getting nice and bundled up in what looks to be a 5 mil wetsuit. Stay nice and warm.
10.
Taking a huge breath. Beginning to tap.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I'm really here for this being spun around part. As I've said many times, divers are allowed to basically warm up however they want. And if a diver wants to sit with their feet on the side of the pool and relax, that is well within Iris's right. Iris has a PB of 7:17 and is here to set another comp personal best. The national record for Finland for women is currently set at 7:03 by Vera Lopez Lehto. And so we'll see how she does. She does all of her trainings at her local pool after work, where she is a paramedic and a registered nurse at her local ER. When she's not doing freediving, holding her breath, or saving people's lives, she is doing arts and crafts for fun. She's really been into crochet and doodling. Is a huge fan of herbal tea and has a split tongue. Nice. I should note that this is our second to last group of the day. We have one more group after this, and then that is it. So after, like immediately after the athletes are done, the judges will get to work reviewing footage and making sure that the results are correct, and then we'll publish a preliminary preliminary results that the athletes will then be able to see, will be able to protest, and results will be released. Again, you can find results from today and from all days prior on the website, the AIDA website. There's a pinned link in the chat at the moment right now. You can click that link, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and select which day you want to look for. Dynamic bifins was day 1, dynamic no fins was day 2, today is static, tomorrow is dynamic, which will be very exciting, very explosive, and should see some pretty awesome stuff. Okay, we're just passing around 4:15 now after official top. Oh, excuse me. It is whisper quiet in this pool. Everyone watching diligently. You know, I often wonder if someone who had no idea what was going on were to stumble upon a static day. And like, if they just wandered into the pool and saw what we were doing, what would they say, you know? Like, what's everyone looking at? Why are those people face down in the water? Are there people standing next to them? I mean, from an outside perspective, it's kind of weird. But every single person in here knows what's going on, knows the difficulty and the hard work that these athletes have put into training, and understand the stakes, and understand that this is a culmination of weeks, months, years of hard work. Okay, I believe that is Noriyuki, who is up at around 5:30. Sorry, closer to 5:45. The water temperature, I believe, is 26 degrees. Yeah, at this level, we see many athletes having a lot of strong control over their contractions. Edis has removed her hood still going strong. We're at roughly 6:30 now after official top. We see Lorenz still going. Her coach reminding her to take off her nose clip. Whoop. Okay, we'll see. That was a pretty difficult one. She managed to keep her airways above the water, which is good. We'll have to see what the judges say. We still have Edis is up, looking super fresh. We have Petar up. Petar being supported by the safety. Carl is still down. Edie's speaking with one of the judges. We'll see what the exact call is later. We're coming up on 8 minutes for Carl. Sorry, Carol. Okay, he's up at around 8 minutes. La Petite Samba, yes. I don't know much French, but I know that. Okay, all athletes are up. We will now await the judges' calls. Looks like Carl received a white card. Okay. So waiting on results to come in. We do have some movement in the top three. So you all give me a moment. I will let you know what is happening. I am very excited for this final group. We have a bunch of statics specialists coming in. Okay. So, let's go through some of the results. We have Iris Alice-Ola of Finland, 6:45, white card. Lawrence Gugen, 6:35, white card. Shinya Oi, 5:33, white card. Alexandre Buscari, 7:12, white card. Petar Klovar, 7:12, unfortunately red card due to airways dipping. And we are waiting for the final results from Carl. Yes, Matt, that's a good question. White card means everything was right with the dive, there were no penalties placed. Yellow card means the dive was okay, but there were some penalties that were placed. So if you did not meet your announced performance and you came up before that, that would be a yellow card and a penalty. Red card means you did not complete the dive satisfactorily. So you, your airways dipped, you didn't complete your surface protocol, you had a blackout. You started after the 30 seconds allotted for official top. Yes. Okay, final results, Carol? Is it up yet? Not yet. But we do have some movement in the top 3 for women. New third place is Iris Alice-Ola with 6:45 from Finland. Agnieszka... Why am I having such a hard time remembering her first name? Kalska of Poland. Second place, 7:14. Julia Kozerska, 7:41, first place. And then men, still the same. Tony of Finland, 7:38, bronze. William Joy, 8:37, silver. Valdemar Carlson, excuse me, 8:58, gold. Okay. We have our final 4 divers of the day. We have Eric Lachiver of France in lane A. We have Sylvie Gilson of France, lane B. We have Laurent de Bucaran of France, lane C. And Rami Vladlev of Sweden, lane D.
One minute, 30 seconds.
Rami holds the current national record for Sweden with a 9-minute and 39 second breath. Sylvie set a competition best last week with a breath hold of 8:06 and received 3rd place in that competition.
1 minute.
And Laurent got 1st place last week at the same competition with a breath hold of 9:31. Laurent, in addition to being a competitor, is also a coach and does breath work, does stretching and yoga in the water, and specializes with massages for freediving. Marco, Rami is on the other side of the pool. We have 3 athletes on the close side to me, and then we have Rami on the far side. But Rami is indeed here. All divers are in the water.
10, 5, 4.
There we see Sylvie getting ready.
2, 1. Official top plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And we begin. Hopefully we'll get some shots of Rami soon, over in lane D. See, you guys want to see Rami as well. Okay, there we go. There is your Rami. Are you not entertained? For those who don't know, Rami comes from a mixed martial fighting mixed martial arts background. Did a lot of training in the US and I believe was a part of the UFC for a little bit. But has now been training freediving, hasn't done martial arts in a while, at least not competitively, and does a lot of training not only in the pool but also at home laying face down in a bucket of cold water. It's important to note that you should never do that at home by yourself. You should never dive by yourself. It's an incredibly dangerous and stupid thing to do. If you disagree with me, you can come fight me. I will win. Never dive alone. Always dive with a buddy. It's the way that we keep this sport safe and we dive responsibly. And Rami abides by those rules. Whenever he does sessions at home, he has somebody sitting there watching him, making sure that he's okay at all times. Coming up on 3 minutes since official top. Here we're looking at Eric in lane A. At this level, many divers will not get contractions until around 3.5, maybe 4 minutes, sometimes even longer. And when they do get them, they begin incredibly small, almost to the point where you can't even tell that they've had a contraction. So it'd be interesting to see if we can catch anybody's contractions as they happen, sort of see when they come on. So far, all is looking good, though. Coming up on around 4 minutes. Oftentimes you will see a coach supporting an athlete by pouring water on the back of their neck. Again, personal preference. Some divers get warm. Some like the cold water. Others get cold. Some like warm water. It depends on the athlete. And the coach is there to support them. Passing 4:30. See our judges. Judges in the yellow shirts are the head judges. Judges in the white shirts are the assistant judges. Please feel free to show your support in the chat by spamming the flag emojis. Cheer on your athletes. Cheer on all our athletes. Renat, I don't speak French, but I see MDR. MDR stands for the Mammalian Dive Response. It is a series of adaptations. That our body has in order to help us survive in water positions or water situations. Sorry, it's just been brought to my attention that I believe that is Laurent is wearing Crocs, which I'm super here for. I'm a big fan of Crocs, partially because they float. And I've used them in the past as a flotation device as I'm breathing up on a buoy. So I'm a huge fan of this. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Crocs are the latest and greatest freediving tool. You heard it here. One of the things I happens with the MDR is the blood moves away from the extremities to the core. And all of that blood moving to the core can sometimes increase temperature and also definitely increases blood pressure. And so to compensate, the blood then fills out the tissue in the lungs and fills out the other tissues and organs to try and compensate. The other thing that happens with the MDR is the heart rate slows, and after a longer period, usually having to do more with pressure, the spleen will squeeze out a bunch of blood which has been oxygenated. The spleen filters through blood, and it has sort of a surplus of blood hanging out in there. And the body knows to release it if necessary. We are officially at around 7:30 now. Coming up. Yep, 7:30. Ooh, big contraction. There they are. If you didn't know what a contraction looked like, that is kind of what they look like. After a certain point, up to a certain point, divers are able to control their contractions, but after a while, you get into what's called the fight phase, where basically you just have to sit there and let the contractions roll. Whoop, Rami is up at 8:05-ish. Keep breathing, Rami. Okay, we see Eric also up. Laurent still going strong. Looks like Sylvie is also up. Coming up on 8:40 roughly for Laurent. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Nice. Good and fresh. Still breathing strong. Good. Sylvie there. Looking good. So there will definitely be some movement in the top three for each gender. We'll see what the final results are in a moment. But as for now, that is today's competition. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'll let you know momentarily when I get the results. Once again, just a reminder, these results are unofficial. They are pending review by the judges. Judges will review all the footage, give their results. Athletes will protest if they would like, and then the final results will be released later tonight. So far, I have Sylvie's results. So that means in first place for women, we have Sylvie Gilson with 7:49, Julia Kozerska, 7:41, Agnieszka Kalska, 7:14. For Laurent, we have 8:41. And unfortunately, Rami, 8:03. No, 7:55 with a red card due to surface protocol and and also a penalty for not hitting announced performance. So that puts us with William Joy in third place, 8 minutes 37 seconds. Laurent, 8:41, silver, and Valdemar Carlson all the way from the first heat of the day, 8:58, gold. Absolutely beefy, incredible breath holds from all of our athletes. Important to note that static is not an easy discipline. If you've ever tried holding your breath at home, you know it's not fun. So holding for 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 9 minutes is no joke. Whew, okay. Well, that is me for the day. Tomorrow we have our final event of this competition. We will be doing dynamics. So we'll be seeing a lot of monofins, a lot of dolphin kicking, and probably some of the longest dives of the competition. Once again, my name is Brandon Reed. I am a freediving instructor, a breath training coach, and I will see you all tomorrow for our final day. Once again, big thanks to all of our event sponsors, the Burgas Municipality, Double K, Octopus, Be-Water, Monofins, Acer, Sunto, Dive Tech, and Molchanovs. And for all of you watching at home, we will see you tomorrow.
Double K is a manufacturer of premium diving equipment in Korea, a vibrant and creative country. At Double K, we focus on constant research to develop innovative and comfortable products to enhance the experience of diving for our customers. We take pride in our cutting-edge and stylish designs, providing a sleek yet professional look whether you're in or out of the water. From wetsuits to fins, masks to equalization tools, Double K has all the freediving accessories you will need. Fall in love with your diving with Double K.